Hello, people. We're going to do a programming stream, but the brain needs to turn on first. You know how it is? The brain is not always turned on. We're going to need some brain because we're getting to things that we're glad we finally got to after years, right? All right. Did he redo these? These look different. All right. I'm still on the wrong monitor, by the way. All right. Warm up. 19 on 20. Easy. Easy. 9 on 10, 21, 2019. Easy. Now what? 8, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8. Blue 5. That's got blue 4. That's pretty good. 13, 12. We can get this off red 3. Yeah, so if we put 8 on the 9, 10, 4 on the 5, 12 on the 13, then we throw 8 in the hole, 2 and 3 go. This 3 goes on the 4 that we put on the 5, and then the 2 goes, right? Easy. Easy clap. Easy clap. Then we'll trade the 3 for the 8, 9. We could trade the 5, 4, 3 for the 3, but we won't do that just yet. We'll look around more. 11 goes on there, and that lets us stack 10, 9, 8. The problem is this 8 almost goes on this 7, but this 4 is in the way. You know what I'm saying? Oh, if we throw this, 1, 2, and 3 all go. So there we go. That's easy. Um, So this 4 can go. And this 5, 7 wants to go with this 6, but the red 10 is very annoying. Oh, actually the 5, oh, if the 4 goes, the 5, 6, 7 are all ready to go. That's like red hot. We just need to put this 17 somewhere because the problem is if we throw the 17 in the middle, then the 10 has to go up and it blocks everything. So we either need to get the jack open or the 9, that's very buried. Or 18, if we get 18, that's very buried. Or 16. 16, these are all a big stretch, but 16 is the least big. So 8 in the hole, 11 on the 12, 13, 7 on the 8, 2 pops off. And then we'll go the other way, 16 on the 17, 3 pops off. By the way, this 10, 9, 8 goes on the 11, 12, 13, 4 pops off. The problem is we still lose our slot because we have queen here and we have 8, except 8 can go on the 7. So this works out as far as I'm concerned. Right? So 7, we're going to go, whoops, 10, 9, 8. Wait, where's the 3? Oh, yeah. We got to put this way, which is the opposite of how we wanted it. But that's life sometimes. Okay, then we got the jack. All right. So now we have an extra hole. So we can just do all this now. Okay, that's great. So we could do this, 10 over here, and then there. So we can trade this stack for that stack. We can trade this stack for that stack. And then, because we have a one bagger, we can double flip. Flip a Rooney. Mickey Rooney. And then we can also stack that with these. It's just we lose our slot to the 5 unless we have somewhere to put that 5, which we don't. Except we do. Okay, here's the thing. This king goes on the queen, and that exposes the 4, right? So can we do this? We throw this. Okay, we put that on. Yeah. Okay. There, 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 there. And then now we can trade these. Easy. Easy game. And then we trade this stack for this stack. So at red 8 goes. Okay, that'll go. Boop. Gold 5 goes. Easy. This goes. 9, if we can get there. We need 2, which is under the 6. Or if we just throw this whole thing goes, because 4 to 17 all goes. That's great. And then we're out of the bad cards range, because once you get up, unless you hate judgment, it's all good cards from here. It's looking like GG's here. All right, we're going to do one more warm-up game. One more warm-up game. And then we'll do the game programming. The room is looking very nice. You can't see the part that's a complete mess. I should aim the camera down a little bit, huh? Because I'm kind of slouchy. Let's do that. That's too low, probably. Well, maybe not. It's a little too low. Dude, aiming the camera is the bane of my existence. All right. Anyway. All right, one more round. Let's go. Okay, 21 is suspiciously here. 5 on the 4. 10 almost on Jack. 21 pops. 20 pops. 8 on the 7. 10 goes on the 9, right? So we're going to go here, 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 here. And then as soon as this goes, we get 1918, which is great. And then 7, 8 on the 6. Um, let's do this. Jack 10, 9, 8. Whoops. Oops. Um, and then that can go on the queen when the 3 goes. Hmm. So if we throw the 3 in the middle, we get 19, 18, 7, 8 on the 6, 7 on the Jack 10, 9, 8. All right. 2 goes, 3 goes. Right? Wait, what did we put in the middle? We put this 3. So that still doesn't, we still have this 3 in the middle. Then Jack 10, 9, 8 on the queen. So we have green Jack exposed. Unfortunately, we want to put this on there, but it's buried. Then we have blue 4, which like doesn't help. So we really need green 3 to go somewhere. And there's 4. That's not good. Although, okay, if we put 5, 4 in the hole, 5, 4 Arcana, we can swap 8 onto the 7 and 10 onto the 9 here. So that's a good entropy reduction if we can then do something with it, right? Oh, let's do 10, 11, 12. Can't believe I didn't see that one. You've been able to achieve a lot more results by watching how I approach software. Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. People can actually be really productive when programming, but for some reason, when people try to teach you how to program, all the ideas that have been agglomerated as like what are supposed to be the good ideas are actually, they make you very unproductive almost universally, like every single one. So one time, just to pick one that's not even really controversial anymore but would have been at one time, I had a friend who's in video games and he's very unproductive. But before this became evident, one time he was telling me what a good time he was having pair programming, right? And he was like, it's a really good way to program, blah blah blah. And I was like, but wait a minute. Like pair programming automatically cuts productivity by 50% because you have 2 people sitting there doing one thing. So like you have to win in terms of overall quality by more than double for that to even make sense. And like, I mean, unless you're learning, unless you're tutorialing a beginner or something, right? But if the job is to get work done, you have to be more than twice as productive. There's no such thing. Like interventions that make you more productive are like 7%. There is no 200% more productive intervention, right? So, and just people don't think about it that way. And I said this, and he was shocked that I would dare say such a thing or whatever, you know. And I was like, all right, do what you're gonna do, man. But you know, uh, it's like the whole thing that we know from programming is that the way that you make things happen fast is you parallelize, right? Pair programming is the opposite of parallelization. It's taking 2 parallel units and hooking them up in serial. Like, why would you do that? if you wanted anything to go fast. I'm tempted to just throw this 3 in the middle because stuff happens when we do that. It's just, is it enough stuff? And the answer is probably not. If you tempt fate in this game, you get screwed. But maybe sometimes it does work out. If we have no other ideas, we could do it. Now here's the thing too. If we had somewhere to put this 8, we could do 5, 6, 7, 8. Get the 4 exposed. We put that on the 5. 0 pops, 1 pops, green 2 pops, green 3 pops. Oh, corn pop is a bad dude. So if I do all this stuff, I actually, okay, instead of putting 3 in the middle, I just put our 1 arcana in the middle and 2 3 pops, and that's awesome. And then I do all these things. And we get down through all this, and that gets us to 16. We get 18. Actually, we're gonna. Okay, I'm confusing this one with this one. Anyway, so we put 1 in the middle, 2, 3 pop, 19 goes, 18 goes, 17 doesn't quite go. Okay. We have red 6 exposed now. 7, 8 goes on there. Then we have gold 8, and we almost, if gold 8 was gone, we could flip this back onto here. We still have 1 arcana in the slot, but if we could get 5, 6, 7, 8, then we lift 4 up, and 0 and 1 both pop. And then 4 comes down, and then wait, which 4? Gold 4 comes in the slot, and then red 4 pops. Okay. And then 9 goes on the 5, 6, 7, 8. And then I don't know. Oh, 4 goes on the 5 over here. What am I even? I'm crack smoking, dudes. I kind of just want to do it now. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So if I lift the 4, or I put this, I lift the 6, then we do this. All right. So now we're going to go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and then we have 4, 3, and we can decide which way this goes. And I guess we stack it this way and give ourselves the 6. Or we don't even bother. Easy clap. Easy game, guys. Easy game. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. We need this 2, 2, 2. All right. So this is all pretty good. Okay, we're in danger here. Let's get 6. 6 is the levers. let's get that card last. Oh no, we got 8. All right, that's fine. Strength. All right. Cool. All right, let's talk about video game programming. We might do some gaming later at the end. All right, I'm going to lay out to you my roadmap for like the next week because this is kind of interesting. All right. Let's build and run the game. Making sure we're updated. Do I have this? No. All right. We're going to run just the x64 debug build. And I'm going to show you some things. Now, as you know, as you get closer to a game launching, you start thinking about what are the platforms it's going to launch on, and how do we run well on the lower end platforms that can't do as much graphically and can't do as much CPU wise. And like, hey, I did all these things to get the game working where I kind of swept some stuff under the rug, and like maybe it's time to take care of those things that I swept under the rug, right? So one such thing, I think we're rebuilding shaders because we did a lot of shader work. All right. Go to the overworlds. One such thing is that when I wrote a lot of the gameplay code initially, this gameplay code is about getting these different universes with different rules to like all interoperate, right? And sometimes it was very challenging. There was some stuff I had to rewrite like 5 times in the beginning or whatever, not an exaggeration. So, and in the process of writing this code, I didn't know what was going to be the best way to represent things and all this. And so, um, sometimes you write code that's very easy and lazy. So, for example, if you think you're going to have one screen levels with just a tiny amount of puzzle stuff and like 10 manipulable entities, like I thought this entire game was going to be for the history of the game, then you'll write a lot of like n squared for loops and things that search all over for stuff. Because you're like, hey, A, I'm just prototyping the game, but B, maybe this will never need to be faster anyway, right? And then, you know, oh, what just happened? I was trying to show the overhead map, but it doesn't work anymore. All right, now it's working. Anyway, we can unfog and show the whole map. So like, there's actually a lot of stuff on this level, and there's more stuff than you can see here. So in terms of interactive entities, there's about 7,000 or 8,000 of them. And why are there so many? It's like sometimes we have barriers made out of rocks and stuff, and those are regular gameplay rocks, and they add up, and like all the little level entries count, and all these things. So it's time to pay the piper on some of this stuff before the game comes out, right? Now, when we go on to lower end platforms such as the Gabe deck, or one presumes the Nintendo Switch, or this laptop, which is a ThinkPad X1 Carbon, right? These are all lower end systems with lower end GPUs and also lower end CPUs. And it turns out that the CPUs are slow enough that some of the gameplay code that I wrote on such a big overworld where it was not intended to run becomes very slow. And it's extra slow in debug build because it has all these asserts. And so you're gonna see it worse. So the thing is, there's stuff happening off this screen that you can't see where objects are moving. And every time those move, we call this function called post move reevaluate. And that does a bunch of stuff. And so you see our profile here is very noisy. There's these giant spikes every time we call post move reevaluate. Now, we'll look at this function in a minute because it's instructive. But post move reevaluate, I was like, why is this slow? And it's broken up into a bunch of sections. All right. And the most expensive of these is section 5B. All right. Then there's section 4 and all these things. And in this view, you can see when I go on section 5B, these giant spikes in the graph light up that go off the top of the graph. That's our slow thing, right? So where is 5B? Well, it's called from 5A, which is called from 5, which is called from post move reevaluate, which is taking 13 milliseconds per frame. This isn't debug build again, right? But it's good for your debug build to go fast, right? So 13 milliseconds per frame, that's very bad, right? That would mean, if you're going at 60 FPS, which is not considered a high frame rate on PCs in 2025. If you're going at 60 FPS, right, you have, 33 milliseconds? 120 FPS, you have 17 milliseconds for the whole frame. So 13 milliseconds for one function that isn't even doing anything interesting and that's being called in a spiky way, that's really bad. Now, again, it's not actually this slow because this is a debug build, right? On this PC, the release build runs pretty fast. It's like less than 1 millisecond, but 1 millisecond is still a long time on video games. And again, running debug build on a fast machine is a good way to sort of simulate like what if your machine was slower. It's not apples to apples, but as a first approximation in terms of telling you what are the big fatty things that you need to attack, that is what it is. What is the reason to go beyond 60 FPS? Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. So that's the goal. I have a goal of making this function faster, but we can't get to it yet today. I'll explain why. All right, let's go look at the function. So let's go. Okay, here's post move reevaluate. This is a bunch of stuff that we call, it's a turn-based puzzle game essentially, although some turns are timed, right? So it's kind of real time, kind of turn-based. And every time a turn ends, we run this code, and it's not at first glance that much code. It's only 230 lines, but it calls a bunch of other functions that do a bunch of other stuff. So here's the infamous section 5 that was the slowest part. And section 5 is figuring out when things should fall. And because I wrote this code very early on, because, if you're making a game, you got to know when stuff's going to fall, like really early in development, right? So this code has been here forever. And what do we do when we're going to see if something falls? Well, we look at every entity in the world and we ask, is there something under this entity supporting it, right? Still. And if not, it should fall. And as you can imagine, when there are 8,000 movable entities, you don't really want to do that anymore, right? And for each one of these, we do stuff like iterate over all the active transactions to see if it's in there, right? This stuff is about actually creating a falling move for things. So this almost never happens, but so this 5B, we sort all the things, all the thousands and thousands of things on the overworld, and then blah, blah, blah. Okay. So now, where there was a specific thing that I wanted to look for. I'm trying to remember what was the function. Oh yeah. So, okay. There's a different thing that also takes a lot of space. So section 4, let's see where that was. Section 4 is also non-negligible. The reason I was looking at it is, so again, debug build is not exactly a good approximation. And if you look at the release build, section 5 and 4 are a little closer. It's still like section 5 is super expensive and section 4 is less expensive, but the ratio is a little closer than this, right? So, okay, what's section 4 here? It's figuring out if guys should get crushed by stuff that's on them or monsters, right? And it's like, why is that taking a millisecond per frame, even in debug build? And the reason is, because for every monster, we're calling, this is a prime example of just like what happens in programming. All right. For every monster, when we start writing this game, we're like, oh, there's not going to be that many monsters on a level. What, 10? Well, on this level, there's like hundreds. All right. So first of all, there's like hundreds. And then we call way single stack because if there's too much weight and the monster's not very strong, the monster gets crushed. All right. So what is way single stack? It sounds simple, right? Whoops, I spelled it wrong. It sounds simple. So collect full support stack. That just tells us everything that's on top of this entity. And then, weigh the single entities and add up that weight, and that's the total weight. All right. So now what is collect full support stack? Well, here's the thing. The way your data structures are set up is very important, right? So if you could just query a data structure that says who's on top of me, then you would just follow that up like a linked list. Everyone who went to computer school knows what a linked list is. It might not quite be that simple because maybe there's some weird pathological cases in which more than one thing is on top of you. Even in a game like this, that's a grid-based game, that's actually possible in some very rare cases. And I don't mean more than one thing at a stack, but more than one thing at one level. So it's a little more like a tree. It's almost never a tree, but in very rare cases, it's a tree. Okay, so if you have that data structure, it's very fast, but we don't have that data structure. And it wasn't clear to me early on whether we were going to have that data structure or whether we would need it. In fact, I thought we wouldn't. So what do? For every entity, every monster, which I've already said there are hundreds of monsters, right? After every move ends, we go and see how much weight is on the monsters. And how do we do that? Well, we go over every gameplay entity in the world and we ask if that entity is standing on the monster, right? Who is that entity supported by? Is it the monster? Okay, this is actually, this probably shouldn't be true. This shouldn't, you probably should weigh on him if it's by teleport, but whatever. The point being, we do that, and then we add it to the list, the array. Okay. So for like, let's say it's 300 monsters. I don't know how many it is. We could find out in a minute. Let's find out. It'll take a second to load again because debug build monster, select all. Okay, it's only 140 monsters, no problem. So for 140 monsters, we iterate over 8,000 gameplay entities. Maybe it's 12,000. Let's call it 8,000. So let's just say it's 100 monsters, just to round it down. So 8,000 times 100 is 800,000 iterations, and then you round it up for the 40. It's It's a million, 1.1 million uh, steps through this loop every time you move in the game. And that's one, it's merely one of the things that's happening, right? So when people ask, why is software so slow? It's stuff like this. Uh, Matt's asking, is the game CPU bound on most machines? Not on most machines. On Steam Deck, it is a little bit. But the thing is, it's spiky is the point, right? So all this stuff happens um, when a move ends, and there are timed moves. And so if your frame rate is spiky like that, that's really unpleasant. You don't notice it right now on a desktop PC, but you do notice it on Steam Deck, okay? And you probably will notice it on Switch too and all this stuff, right? So all of this is just to say that I have this goal in the short term, like this week. I want to rewrite this code, right? What do I want to do? I have a data structure that goes the other direction, right? And it's probably one to many. Although, when I was saying it could be like a tree, I was thinking of supported via teleport. So maybe if we don't do that, it really could only be one to one. But just in case, it's a 1 to n where n is small data structure where anytime we say, who am I supporting, that could be a fast query. And then there's other things we would do too to make it faster. Like instead of searching every monster in the world, only search monsters who moved or who had something move on top of them, right? Um, what's wrong with that? So, uh, so that's two directions in which we can make this faster. And by the time we do both of those things, it should be plenty fast on all machines, even if it's not the most optimal code. Okay. How do you do this responsibly? Back in the early days, when I was just getting into games in the 1990s, I would have just been like, fuck it, I'm going to write a new data structure. And it wouldn't have worked very well. It would have had all these weird bugs that would have taken a while to debug, and the game would have been kind of broken. And I wouldn't have known that because I wouldn't have tests and all that. All right. So now we have tests for the game that run through every level. In theory, we'll get to that in a minute. We have tests that run through every level and replay all the levels. And so you can write some code that validates that your new code gives the same result as the old code, right? So here's what I could do. When I call collect new support or collect full support stack, what I can do is I can fork this function off. I can call this one collect full support stack old. Pay attention, this is a super good software engineering technique. This is like one of the amazing things that you learn to do. All right, so we can say old result is the old version of this, right? And then we write a new function that uses my data structure and all that. And we say, collect full support stack new. And then we say, assert arrays are the same or whatever. Right? This just asserts they're the same length and then asserts all the members are the same. It's not quite an array compare because it would be legal for the order to be different, right? But so you do this and then you return new result, right? And then you run your tests over all your levels and you verify that this returns the same result for your old algorithm and your new algorithm. It probably won't in the beginning, maybe because your new algorithm has bugs and that helps you catch the bugs very quickly. Maybe it gives you different results because your old code had bugs, right? And then that's a good thing to know. And then you can even leave this in here over time for a while, only triggered in debug builds or something just to validate things. Okay, super valuable if you have this test suite. Now we have a test suite. However, and this is the but, and it's a big but, not all our tests pass right now. They should, Like, okay, the way our tests work is we record input for each level and we play back the input. And there's actually two kinds of tests. Um, I'm not sure that was a good idea ultimately, but our original tests that I programmed first were untimed. They just say what the keystrokes are, and the playback code like waits for the keystrokes to finish and so forth. But the other kind of test is a timed test because, if an object's like moving out in space and you want to move at a certain time, then to play you need to play back that event at the right time, at the same time as it did when you input the things, or you won't get the same result, right? So these tests are supposed to deterministically play back. Now here's the thing. Throughout my entire career, this has always been a problem every time I do it. I've heard other programmers say like John Carmack said one time, like, oh, we did this for inputs and it works great, blah, 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 right? Um, I have literally always had a problem with this technique. It never works right. In fact, even in original Braid, there's a World 5 thing where it does your parallel universe shadow guy, and it uses a technique like this to, we record your input and we play it back. And like that had little bugs where it didn't reproduce exactly. We fixed it a little bit after launch, but in original launch of Braid, it was a little bit flaky in ways that wasn't fair to players. Um, So here, our tests don't always play back correctly. And sometimes, though, that's for legitimate reasons. Sometimes we fix bugs in the gameplay code so the correct result changes, right? Or we change timings in levels, or we change some rule about how certain interactions happen and the correct outcome changes, and then all the tests we recorded break. That's legitimate. But there's also, though, some bugs in the system somewhere. And what these amount to, I think, and we're going to explore this for the rest of tonight. But what these amount to, I think, is just little bits of either non-determinism in the system or the playback code not really understanding what the constraints are on when an event should be input, which seems like it shouldn't be a problem, but I'm just putting that into the universe of discourse here, right? So the problem is, so we have 900 something tests in this game, right? 900 something levels. And if most of them work, so some of the ones that break are really, really long ones. And if a test is really, really long and has many, many sequential steps and something in there is a little bit flaky, it's not that surprising if it doesn't reproduce exactly all the way till the end. So like I sort of have this attitude about that. Like, fine, not all of the tests need to work, but we've definitely had just cases where more things break than we would like slowly over time. And again, it's confusing because maybe that's a bug I just introduced, but I'm also working on the gameplay code all the time. And so maybe the legitimate outcome of an operation changed and all that, right? Okay. The reason I'm saying all this is for this comparative, do the old support stack and the new support stack and make sure they're the same. For that to work, you want your number of test fails to be small or zero. Ideally, it's zero because then all your tests work and it's great, right? But even if it's not zero, if it's like a handful of the biggest, most complicated levels that are known that they don't test correctly, that's fine. But when it's like 111, which is what it was the other day, and maybe you run multiple times and you don't even get the same 111 without making any changes, then you can't use the tests to validate this thing exactly, right? Um, so I mean, well, it's weird. Okay, so you can, the part that compares the arrays and makes sure that the arrays are equal, that could still work. But of course, you're inserting this, and it's probably not the only change you're making in this code and all that, right? And so to validate that the outcome is correct, not just that some leaf way down in your code is returning the correct result, but that the outcome as the player sees it on the screen is correct. The way that you validate that is through the test suite, right? And if if there's this miasma preventing you from being very clear about that, that's a problem. And so that's the chain of dependencies. Like I woke up today, I started thinking about, hey, it's time to fix some of this gameplay code to not be super slow. That felt really good, that idea. Um, and then I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be hard to test. So we want to investigate why some tests are failing and then try to fix them. And I'm just going to start playing around. So I had notes earlier of like some, I just leaked a URL, but it's fine because it's private, hopefully. That's what happens when you guys see my to-do list. Um, so let's move that down the screen. Okay. No, we already had a problem with leaking that and made it private, hopefully. So it's fine. Anyway, the point is, so I have these to-do items. These are what I was talking about in the beginning. And well, we need our test suite to play back better. So I made some notes here, and I'm just going to start by like trying to record tests on these and see if they do or don't. Let me show you one other thing that is how I hope to debug this. If we can find something where the tests don't record, let me go to this level, for example. I should bind this to better keys, but so we have this transaction log. So if I turn that on and I move, then we're outputting also into a log file, but to the console. These are all the moves, like controller proc of this character, charming a skipping stone, right? And all of these, and like what time were these transactions created and what time did they commit? Now that said, the timestamps tend to be different, and that makes debugging confusing because you start at different times. But maybe we could work on something that does a delta or whatever. I don't know. Maybe that would make it easier. But the point being, you can at least compare the order of these things and the positions. And I can compare it when I record the replay, right? And I can compare that to when we play it back. And we can see if these come out the same. And they probably don't. You probably have a point of diversion in here somewhere. And then we can start debugging that and say like, okay, why are they different? Okay. So that's just what I wanted to do. But I wanted to give that explanation first. We'll probably clip that because I think it's a handy like for people who want to get into games and don't totally know how it goes. I felt like this was a really neat summary of like what it looks like to solve a problem that's actually nested several things deep, which is all you do all day in video games, right? Okay. Is there a good way to see a breakdown of which tests pass between code versions in this programming language? That's not really something that the programming language helps you with. I mean, I guess some languages have tests built in or something, but I think of tests more as a user level thing. It's not a programming language thing. Now, you could have some kind of test framework or harness that's reusable. I don't have such a thing, and we don't try to distribute one with the compiler. But if somebody had ideas about what would make that useful, they could certainly do that. It was a very good micro talk. Great. Okay. So you can see here, I skipped the stone off the bottom just to get more concrete. So we skip this. This is the ID of the rock. You look this up in a hash table to get the entity struct. And this is the position it started from, and it's going down the y-axis, right? Delta is y equals -1 square every step. Okay. So I'm just to get a clean thing. Now, the problem is we're going to start doing this, and it might just record and play back correctly for like the first 5 times, and then I'll be like, now what do I do? And we'll have to, maybe we'll try the other level that I noted down. Maybe we'll try doing some more weird things. There's another bug that I want to fix, which is that barred motion. Barred motion has some weird stuff. Oh, you know what I was going to do on this level? We need to put an art note. We changed the geometry here. Art incomplete. This platform should be lit. We would like a nice looking bright light focused on this platform for playability purposes. Okay. So that's another thing that we do that's very effective is we have notes in the levels, and then you can search for the notes and all that, right? All right. So I'm just going to spoiler this level for everybody. And we're going to go transaction log. And I'm just going to run. And, you know, we can, of course, make a version of the level where the path to solution is, you know, faster or something. Oh, whoops, I screwed up. That's fine because we're testing the undo in there. Whoop. Oh, I should swap monitors. You guys can't see this, but this is so bad. All right. Oh, you know what? It didn't go because I didn't hit record. All right, let's restart. We don't have to restart, but I want it to be so when we look in the log, every time we turn on the I can turn off the transaction log and turn it back on, but like I want it to be unambiguous which one was the recorded session. All right. So the thing is I did this. Now I'm going to record timed and okay. If I don't remember to hit record, please tell me and whoops. All right. That was definitely a little sus. And if we figure out what kind of interaction is not reproducing, we could make a smaller, simpler level even that just does that. All right. So now recording saved. There we go. Whoops. We'll go back to the level. Let's see if it plays back. It did. That kind of makes me sad. Now that said, also, so one variable in this is today I was working on some of the code uh, that that makes the lily pads go and stuff. And so maybe there was a bug Holio that I fixed. So I intentionally grabbed that off the pad a little. Oh, did I not? I didn't record, guys. This is okay. This is part of why these things can take so long. Is just human error. Human error. Human error. Oops. Okay, so that was too early. Schwip. Okay, recording saved. And I'm just going to do this like 4 times. And then if it keeps playing back, I'll try doing stuff like turning on an artificial like frame rate randomizer that sleeps a random amount every frame. I don't remember. Whoops, I don't remember if I have that in here. But if I don't, all right, so that's sad. Let me, since I'm messing with the time rate here, let me try that. So we're going slow, we're going slower. Now we're going faster. Now we're going super fast. Now we're going oh, I can't go fast enough. I mean, I could, but see, whatever we do in the playback should be robust to all this stuff, right? Wait, did we record that time? I don't think we did. Because if if I reset, we don't record. I don't know. Because I don't remember it saying, recording. There we go. Recording saved. Okay. See what I'm saying? That time it failed. Interesting. Interesting. So for all these things, like I sped up the time step and all that, but in principle, the code is supposed to adapt to that and like run an update timing and iterate it multiple times if the time step goes up and whatever. Okay, so unfortunately, of course, I wasn't recording that. I mean, I was recording it. I didn't transaction log it. But you see an example of things not playing back correctly. Big red square to indicate recording. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Um, so the other thing I'm noticing about this level is island looks bad. You can see the bottom of the island wall ending in nothing. There should be an ocean floor that meets up to it visibly. All right. Right? Like what's going on down here? Yeah, it just ends in nothing. So that's not good. So, I can bug people like this. That's actually I would qualify that as a bug. Okay. Can we play back the recording slowly so we can see the problem? We could try that, but I would rather actually get a log of all right. Let's do this. We're going to record, we're going to transaction log. All right. So I want that. And I'm just going to do random stuff again. All right. Okay, so that time we have a transaction log. So does it play back? Yes, fuck. All right. We'll try again. I'm just gonna does this log? Let's try another. I'm just gonna this is a nonsense command that like oh, this doesn't get logged. All right. Anyway, okay, this is the second one. We're going to record, we're going to transaction log. This is so fast I can't hit the right square. See? We'll try one more time and then we'll add like the frame rate destabilizer or something. There were time rates slower than normal plus undos. All right, so we're going slow. We're going to go fast. We're undoing and we're slowing down and we're undoing and then we're redoing and waiting for this. We didn't log those transactions. I forgot to turn it on. All right, it didn't work anyway. All right, let's try. It'll be a lot easier than manually doing that to have some frame rate thing. All right, so we're going to have a command called we're going to set this variable. Whoops, what is happening? We're going to register that command and now we might already have some randomized sleeps. Let's go see. So this is if we're playing back tests and we kind of want to wait. This shouldn't affect, so when you sleep, it doesn't necessarily sleep the right amount of time, but this is just to make the playback. Oh no, this is when we're recording. Okay, so we have this frame sleep, but that's just to simulate slow frame rates. We want, let's just pick something. How many? Up to, let's say 400 milliseconds per frame. That's going to be really frustrating. We could like pick this with a better distribution. Let's do that. Okay, we want some long frames. So we're going to do this. T is random get, I think it's called 0 to 1. And then we're going to square it. So all that does is it just biases us toward lower values, but we will get higher values just less often, right? So MS Microsoft is times T, let's call it milliseconds. Max frame time times T times 1,000 cast SW2 floor that, right? And then sleep millis. Oh, let's copy this. Okay. Hopefully I got that right. So we're going to do that. So we've installed a new little command in our console. Oops. Wait, I didn't save it after undoing. That's what happened. So we need to define do randomized sleeps. All right. did I call it? Was it sleepy? Sleepy. All right. Okay, you can see my frame rate is horrible. People are going to be like, Mr. Streamer, why is the frame rate so bad in your video game? You must not be a good programmer. This is honestly still a little higher. This might be kind of unplayable, but okay. We're going to record. We're going to transaction log. Wait, the sleeping stopped. Why did the sleeping stop? Did I goof where I put this? Okay, so yeah, we have an else. I just put it in the else. So we're recording, so this code didn't run because I don't know how to program. So that's life. Let's make it a little slow. Let's cube it. We're cubing it. Okay, so we're going to record transaction log. Oh my God. It's like I'm playing a Unity game. Holy shit. All right. It's like I'm playing Fez on Xbox 360. All right, does it play back? Uh-oh. I hit playback and I'm seeing... Oh, you know why? Okay, so when we play back, we run through a bunch of frames. It succeeded anyway. We we run through a bunch of frames, most of which do not get rendered, but we go through this code anyway. So we're like sleeping, dozens of times in here between frames. All right, well, that's a little bit disheartening, but maybe not. So we were definitely speeding up and slowing down that time when we failed, and maybe it has to do with just doing certain actions as the bard, right? I love it when people drop into chat and ask, what am I doing when I just explained for an hour what I'm doing? All right, let's just try to do a lot of wacky things. And then if it fails, we will see where it desynchronizes. So this is kind of wacky. I'm just doing lots of undos that in theory shouldn't. I'm stacking up moves and undoing before they're done. I'm banging on the bottom. Running over here. Eh. Let's wait till pretty late this time. And then I'm running. So there's this error, which is a different thing that I don't think is causing this, but it might be. All right. I don't know, guys. We fixed it. Let's maybe just look at the other level to see if we can get fails faster. And if that doesn't work, then what we'll do is we'll get a new list of fails by running the Benny tests. And then we'll just start re-recording tests for all of those because that's like 70 levels. And then probably one of those will fail while we're recording, right? Okay, one more try. Well, fiddlesticks. Okay, one more thing to try. We're running the debug build right now. Often, oh, I don't have an updated release build, so we could chat while this compiles. Because LLVM. Um, one of the reasons things don't work is sometimes an optimized build ends up with variables not initialized that are initialized in debug builds, maybe, or whatever. So we'll try the release build a couple times. And it'll be nicer to use that anyway if we're gonna run the Benny test and record a bunch of levels. %of the compilation time is wasted by LLVM. I mean, I don't know if you could straight up say it's outright wasted because it is doing compiler operations for all that time. But it's doing them tremendously slower than I wish that it were doing them. Is it possible to run the test and tell exactly where it breaks? Well, you could try to look at it and see what's happening, but the problem is if you don't have the recording of what was intended, it's like hard to tell where it desyncs, right? It's easy to tell like, oh, the character is walking over here. That doesn't make any sense, right? But like maybe they're walking over there because some other moves didn't happen when they should have happened and whatever. So I've always found it very relatively straightforward to debug things when you have the transcript of moves to see, because it could be as subtle as like, well, you moved and it was a different time by 0.05 seconds, and that still produced the same results for like 5 moves, and then on the 6th move it desynced finally because that was when the timing mattered, right? All right, so we'll do one on this level with release build, and then assuming that it repros or that it doesn't fail, we'll just do a Benny test. And we'll chat for 5 or 10 minutes while that goes. Okay. didn't do it right. Okay. Well, here we go. Benny test. How's it going, everybody? How's your life? It seems like you can outrun the rock as you are dragging it with the music. Any chance that a sped up recording exaggerates that enough to make it fail? That's unlikely, I think, but you never know. Like, bug means it's not doing what you think it should be. So I don't think it should be able to do what you said, but that doesn't mean that's not what it's doing. You had to return to a project you hadn't touched in 2 years, and you're ashamed you were such a bad programmer back then. Yes. I think we've all been there. Dude, every time I look at the code for Braid, I don't like the linked list. I mean, overall, it's not bad in terms of the overall complexity level, but there's specific things that I would never do today in that code, you know? Do we have any tips for cutting ideas as early as possible? I mean, just always follow the best idea, really, right? So if you don't know what the best idea is, then keep exploring. But if one of them seems like the best, just explore that one. It's just not that hard, really. See a lot of potential for metaprogramming to help writing models, baking in model assumptions at compile time. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we do make it very easy to specialize functions. Like there's a thing that you would do in C or C++ where I mean, I guess in modern C++, you could kind of use template parameters for this, but it makes your code really gross and hard to understand, and you're probably not actually guaranteed to get the optimizations, but like say you want to pass a boolean that describes the behavior, but then you don't want to pay for the boolean, you end up putting that in a macro, and like your whole function's in a macro now, and you're defining what's in the code or out of the code based on what it gets really ugly and undebuggable and doesn't scale to a large number of things, and so that's part of what I was designing for when I did the metaprogramming system that we have. What's an example of something in Braid that I'd now do very differently? Just how entities are stored in memory and how you iterate over entities and all that. That's like just something that I've nailed at this point that I don't think. Watching the replay someone just did, the rock stayed on the little platform in the replay. Who's someone? But during the record, the bar jerked really quickly to play it off, to pull it off. Okay, well that could be a thing to press on. When we were doing these, I was trying to do that multiple times, but I just might not have done it quite correctly. Like if you have a clip that shows that very clearly. Let me click on this. So I don't remember it saying recording. Yeah, that's a weird one, what I did there in the clip. recording saved. Yeah, you're right. So, see what I'm saying? That time it failed. So definitely, um, whoops, I lost the link. Let me go back and click it. Definitely, the rock stays on the platform. Dude, the web is so bad. I clicked on this link a second time. It took like 20 seconds to load. I just loaded it. That's a weird one. So we could stress that we'll get this list. We'll let this Benny test finish. We're 6/8 of the way. And we'll record the list of fails, and then we can go back and we can just try to make that happen. It looks like I put the stone on the platform and then I turned up the game speed really high. And then I walked away from the platform with the game speed like really high. Let me see what I put it on. No, that like shouldn't matter. Wait. Error. Attention. Also, so one variable in this is today I was working on some of the code. Wait, 57 minutes. If it, I mean, I could, but can't go fast. I mean, I could, but dude, skip. It keeps telling me to pause. It's putting the pause notification over the timer that I'm trying to read. Like, guys. All right. No, maybe not. It looks like it was only 2x speed when that happened. Oh, wait. No, this is a different one. I don't remember it saying recording. So I did a weird thing where I was walking away from it at 2x and I changed it to 4x. I don't know, but we also, we tested similar things and it came out the same, but we can hammer on that. Weird catch-up animation when the stone comes off the lily pad. Dude, that kind of shit, please don't bring it up. It's so hard. It's so hard to make it all work. Very few, like, the fact that animations have weird timing sometime is like the fucking least of my problems. All right. Like, yes, we want to make that stuff better for launch, but like, it's so hard to make this game work. You have no idea. All right. Just wondering if the late time there could be related to the repro issues. I see. Well, the lily pad part of the level is way after what we're talking about. Like in the clip people show, it's literally at the thing. All right, so we've got our list of fails. 64. All right. So this is going to be handy. We're going to put this here. Okay. So let's go back and before we just do random ones, let's try this again. Let's temporarily redesign the level to just make everything a little shorter. All right. We're going to record. We're cranking up the time. All right, we got to try again. We're cranking up the time. It's 1x. And then I think I did like something like that. And we'll just try that a few times. Okay, that didn't do it. Oh, I also didn't log the transactions. That's sad. This is my life. Some guys, the game works too well. What can I say? One time it failed, you slowed time, didn't you? I also slowed time times it didn't fail, guys. Let's just try some of the other levels and we'll see if it ever happens. Oh, this level. All right. Wait. How do I do this again? We spoilers, by the way, for anyone who doesn't want to be spoilered. So we get the guy over there. I just don't remember because we changed the level a little bit. See, rare level you still haven't seen in the wild. Well, you're going to get spoilered. I did all these levels like a couple months ago. I played through them again, and this one, it's fun. It's fun to play a game that you're working on and not remember the solution. It's not the best thing when you're trying to do this. So let's do something else. Frontier. Here's also a level. Oh God. Okay. Spoilers. You may not. Okay, let's not spoil this one. Let's not spoil this one. Oh my God. See, all of these are mega spoilers. All of these are mega spoilers. Um, we could, okay, here's one. If we do a really long level like Skipping Pals, it'll probably desync, right? But maybe before we do that, so one of the things I was saying at the beginning is that long levels tend to break because something's wrong. So all of our long levels don't play back, right? Skipping stones doesn't play back, skipping pals doesn't play back, etc. We could like play all of skipping stones with the transaction log recorded. Okay. The only problem is I want to change the the time output to be relative to the first move. Um, because that way we can compare and not get lost. So let's do that. Let's make sure it works. Um, there's actually two things that do it. Um, there's two code copy pastas. Okay, so we're just going to have this relative time function. Okay, and then, so same here. We're just going to put relative time t comma on all these times. Wait, that's not, that's the delta. That's not, wait, wait. This is the only one that should get. These are all, these are all deltas. What am I doing? Like I said, guys, I can't, oh, these aren't deltas in this one. Okay. Only the other one was deltas. All right. So we got to make relative time. Um, all right. What are we going to do? We're going to say if uh, t dot, oh no, it's not. It's past the manager. I'd like to speak to the manager. All right. Um, so we record in the undo system the time of the first move, but I'm thinking, because the thing is, we could look in the undo system for the first transaction and whatever, but that stuff can get agglomerated. So we actually just want to record the time of the first transaction in some way. Okay, we're going to have that. Okay. Okay. when we close, we get a time here. All right. All right. So now all our relative time calls, we got to replace relative time t with, whoops, got to replace relative time t with relative time manager. And let's just, whoops, no, compile, please. Compile, please. All right. So we're going to make sure this works. We're going to make sure this works. All right. So transaction log, moving. At 0.15, this close minus elapsed. Oh, yeah, this is a little weird. Um, this is okay. We want to put a relative time in there, and only in part of it. The elapsed is a delta, but the close isn't, right? All right, but you see, we're starting at 0, and we'll turn this off. We'll do the playback of the test, and oh wait, do the playback of the test. There we go. I didn't turn it on. I accidentally turned it off twice instead of turning it on. So this is the output we get when we run the test. And you can see, um, it should start at 0. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, because, okay, when we start playing the test, okay, hold on. Actually, no. No, this is all, okay, this is still the same playback. Um, it's not clearing that variable though. So when we reset entity manager, you would think that I would remember this, but when we reset this, I was just thinking, because it's for, your brain does weird stuff sometimes, right? I was thinking, oh, it's for debugging. I don't have to worry about it. No, when you load a new thing because you're playing back or whatever, we need to set this. -1, please. I mean, 0 -1 would have worked. That's true. All right, see, this is why you test. I forgot, by the way, we want to do this other thing. The close minus elapsed. So we want to do relative time manager t dot close time parentheses minus t dot elapsed. What that is just for some transactions that iterate. So like when the lily pads move or whatever, then you're simulating for your game time step, and your game's time step might go past the end of this regularly occurring transaction. And if that's the case, for smooth motion, you want to take that remainder time and put it on the start of the next lily pad move, right? So that you don't get jitteries as the frame goes, as it would if it was in Unity Game Engine. So that's what that's for, is just debugging that. So that'll be 0, for most transactions. All right, so I'm doing this. I've got the log started. We moved a couple times. We're going to reset. Log started, moved a couple times. Yeah. So now that we reset, so the reason this wasn't 0 is because probably we had some transactions in the save data, right? And then we waited a few seconds and moved. So here, from a fresh reset, our first transaction ID 1 starts at time 0, right? And then when we try the test, we'll have to scroll back a billion miles. Oh, wait, we won't because I didn't turn it on. When I turn it on and do the test, this is scrolling back a billion miles. Transaction IDs in the 20s, in the 10s. There we go. There we go. 0, 0, 0. Okay, wait. This is obviously. I didn't. Oh, never mind. Yeah, close minus elapsed is basically elapsed is 0 all the time. So close minus elapsed is the same. We could actually draw that as close minus elapsed minus this to give you an like a remainder value, but we don't do that right now. This isn't going to really be germane to what we're doing right now, hopefully, anyway. But okay. So what do we do now? I mean, I what was the plan after that? We did that. I was looking at these and I was like, oh, we were going to play a really long, like skipping stones. Let's do it. All right. We're probably doing some shaders and textures. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Record. It's reloading the level and we're in Super X64 debug build. So we're doing a bunch of crap that doesn't take this long in release build. Okay, wait. It didn't. It takes so long that the text fades off the screen. So, like, do I trust that we're recording? Ugh. We could do this in release build, but when we record, we sleep, as you saw, and so in the upper right corner, the fact that we're at 33 FPS tells you it is recording, actually. All right, transaction log. Uh, well, we'll see what happens with the timestamps. All right. Boop. We're going like way faster than a player would, so our little dialogues will probably overlap. Spoilers. Wait, did you guys lose the camera? Oh, you lost the camera. Why did we lose the camera? I guess it's not drawing power from the thing. I have it plugged into a thing. All right, we're going to turn the camera off for a little bit, and it's tired. We're going to let it recharge, and then we'll go back. So I still haven't found the right power supply that's supposed to be plugged into this thing. Okay, wait, actually, maybe the problem is just that the USB won't feed it when I've got power plugged in. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to feed it from this USB brick till I find the power supply and oh wait, that's okay, there we go. Great. Wonderful. Wait, we don't want to do that. Well, that's a good standing there and waiting a long time is now in our test officially, so yay. Gamer. Okay, so do I remember this one? This one we've changed a bunch. Okay, wait. This one tries to cuck you. Okay, that's the thing. We made it a lot easier. You guys are going to have easier puzzles than we had in our day. Back in our day when puzzles were for real, man. Yeah, we could do it this way. There's two ways to solve that one. Whoops. Are we still going on the record? Look at all the... We're on transaction 960. Camera F again. Well, look, I cannot help it. We're just going to turn the camera off for a bit and let it charge. I think it's like the battery is just very close to empty, right? Okay. Let's turn that off. Okay, so we've changed this one a bunch too. Bam. Bam. Okay. So do we don't even have audio for you guys, do we? Yeah. Let's turn on the audio for you guys. Okay. I'm probably the save file would have desynced long before where we are now, but we're just going to go to the end. And we'll just see where. I don't remember if we need to do something with that, so let's just do that. Okay, that checkpoint is weirdly floating. All right, so we changed this one a bit. We made it easier. Such an easy game, guys. Whoops. This is your least favorite level? Well, not every level can be your favorite level, you know? We have made some improvements since you played it, is what I would say. Bro, what is wrong with me? Bro, what is wrong with me? Right. Okay, that's a bug. That is not supposed to happen. So I just realized that's an exploit, by the way. Kinda. Like, it's fine because you have to solve the other puzzle anyway, but you're supposed to use those lily pads to get on these lily pads.
You'll recall I would bother you if something important. Well, it's that time.
Oh, do tell.
Firstly, that green island there's your target. So, that's good.
Yes.
The river flowing by it leads directly into the biggest whirlpool you've ever seen.
That I've ever seen. You've seen bigger.
I come from a land of whirlpools.
Okay, so
and
this,
wonders, the very big for you whirlpool is there in the east. You must avoid
it's
it
not
at
supposed to
any
lock
cost,
my
because
input
once this whirlpool clutches
while
you,
I'm...
there will be no way out for you.
Yeah.
If you are trapped,
See, I
there will
can't...
be no way home
I
for
can't
you,
move.
sir. So think of me out my kicker, please.
Thanks, Boat. I'll figure something out.
You always...
Okay. The voiceovers sound really good. No, they sound like shit. What are you talking about? Like, actual voice actors will be tremendously better. Okay. So, we have to fix that. That's a new, because the story stuff is new. Locking input after you are on a lily is a no. Just pause. I don't know. We need to figure out what to do there, because it starts that voiceover when I'm on the island, and it's supposed to be warning me about the whirlpool, but of course it's kind of dumb if, you know, by warning me about the whirlpool it like forces me to go in the whirlpool. That is the opposite of the intended thing. All right. So, I think we do this. No, I goofed. What do we do here? This is one of the harder ones. What do we do here? I think we do the lily pad first. Because I think you want a stone on it. Wait, no, because you have to divert the river. Oh, there's another lily down there that I keep forgetting about. All right, let's just do that. So you do that. Okay, easy. If you actually notice all the objects, it's not hard. All right.
There it is, green and lush. A paradise, I know, but don't tarry. Get us that impeller.
Okay, so we also changed this a bit.
Okay, now see, we've been saying impeller, but really, we want you to go to that tree. Go pick up the tree to the north.
What? Why?
We changed the game. It used to be a tree. Now, it's supposed to be a part of my structure. But we haven't changed the graphics yet. Just go pick...
Hey, I got it.
Thank it all. You've succeeded almost. Now get back to me.
Will do. Shouldn't be too hard after all that's happened today.
Welcome back. Let's get out of here. Thanks to your skill and adventitude, we get to leave. I won't be trapped here for hundreds of years after all.
And I get to live.
As such,
Come now.
let us set forth. It's a long distance back to the outpost.
Can you get us back?
Come now yourself. You know that I'm very good at maps. But the route is circuitous, and we'll be passing through some unknown places on the way.
All right, so
Do you think it'll be...
the question
or shall we
is,
be waylaid again?
If I were a betting
The
Jim,
thing I didn't
which
think
sure
of-
am, my ducats are on waylaid.
Off into an
Um,
adventure then. Seaward, hey yo.
I
See,
apologize for the
you-
temp dialogue as well, but so okay, it actually saved. That's what I was worried about, because we go through a different level end path here than we do normally, and I was like, is that gonna mess things up? But it didn't. All right. All right. So now let's just see if that plays back perfectly. This is rendering in DX12. It's reloading the level again just to do the playback. All right. So that was where we talked about something for a little bit. I mean, it looks fine so far. Maybe I fixed the bugs, guys, because I did work on this stuff. Okay. There it fucked up. So what that was when I got caught in the cutscene. So I don't like this because it introduces a decent amount of question. And the question is, is it an administrative problem or is that a real desync? So remember, I got caught in the cutscene and then I rewound a whole bunch, right? But like, is the desync because I basically held down the Z key and rewound a whole bunch? Or is it because when I'm in a cutscene, the things don't get logged the same way like you would expect them, right? And if that's the case, then it's annoying, but it's not an actual problem in the game, right? I hate this shit. This is like that just took like 20 minutes or something, right? Last time I used OpenGL. I hate OpenGL. Stop, dear chat, stop asking me about the giant turd that is OpenGL. I never want to see it again in my life. Okay? Just stop asking me about OpenGL. I hate it. It's the worst graphics API in the world. It was good in 1992. I don't like this. How do I investigate this? You know, we could do skipping pals as well, which doesn't have a cutscene yet, and we could just see if that plays all the way through. If that plays all the way through, and we can do some undos and stuff in, we can spam some undos. If that plays all the way through, then that's amazing, and it means I fixed some stuff this week. And if it doesn't play all the way through, then we have another data point to draw a pattern. Let's try that. Was it the bug? What do you mean the bug? What is the bug? I'm looking at where you linked. Where the lilies froze? No, I don't think so because it was synced up after that point. That is close to where it broke, but it was fine because I actually got in the replay. I got on the lily pad on the left and did all the stuff. All right, we're gonna transaction log. We're gonna record. It's gonna load for a year because debug build. Yeah, I know why you would think that it was that, but I don't think it was that. All right. Are we recording? Yep. Well, I mean, we're logging. Are we recording? Yeah, we're at 33 FPS, so we're recording. All right. I forget what I'm trying to do here. Okay. We could use some gridding there, honestly. I don't remember. What do we do with this stone? Oh, yeah. So many, whoops, so many spoilers, guys. You have no idea. You're just watching me blast through stuff that's really fun puzzles to figure out. All right. So, Mr. Van Devender, I hope you noticed that we did touch up some of those trouble spots since you played it. I think it's a substantially better level now even than it was, and I think it was already a good level. So, all right. So, yeah, especially those screens that I just did were the worst. There's one down here that I remember you got stuck on in a bit for a while, and that one's cleaned up too. But you know, really. Okay, how do I do this one? Of course. Nope. No, the black outlines will not be toggleable. You're going to get banned from this chat and the universe if you ask. Why do a small percentage of the population seem to have such a fucking freak out about that? Also, they're actually a little bit thicker than usual because I'm playing on 1080p, and it doesn't quite adjust correctly to resolution. So they're a little more emphasized than they would be, but Black Outlines massacred your whole village. I mean, you would think that that's what happened from the way people talk about it. It's unbelievable. This one's still pretty hard, I think. Like, we've cleaned it up a bunch, but I expect people to find this to be a hard puzzle. But this screen to the south is the one that we really cleaned up. All right. Do I remember the current solution? I mean, surely we need that. All right, so yeah, I do that, and then you do that. This one's a little hard to hit. I think I got to do this now. I got to fire that first. Ah, yeah. All right. Fire. Fire. Okay. I don't know if I like that, but whoops. Huge spoiler. I know, man. The people want to be spoiled, I guess, you know? What can you say? Dude, we cleaned this up so much since you play tested, and I mean that play test was even like the 7th iteration of the level. People have no idea. Like, if you care about frickin' game design, like, you can just keep improving things forever and ever. And especially in a game this big, it's like, it's impossible. It's impossible to make everything like the platonic best version of its potential because we only have human lifespans. But like just this level, so it was designed originally by one of the best designers in the world. And then, you know, we just iterated on it a bunch. All right. What do I do here? I think I do. Okay, let me make sure I write down Gimpy skipping stones riding on, or skipping pals. Because I don't remember Vanilla Skipping Stones doing that at all. So it might be a weird thing about multiple characters or something. This part is super cleaned up. Am I worried whether this game is going to be successful? You're asking me questions for cucks. Like, what more can you want than to contribute meaningfully to the history of video games and game design, right? Which we are definitely doing with this game. So, like, do I want it to be financially successful? Sure. If it doesn't sell as much as I want, how do I feel about that? Well, I'll just make more games. Like how many people, okay, think about this. It's so weird. Like sometimes we just use this modern commercial trash perspective to judge these things, right? Like how many I'm lagging the recorded replay to rant about this, by the way. Like how many great novelists or scientists or whatever, pick a discipline, do you know of that like were not even respected at all during their lifetime, right? And like does that mean the fact that they, you know, their thing wasn't popular, does that mean what they did was bad? Obviously not. We respect it greatly in retrospect. So it's just to say that like this question about like what if, you know, what if your game doesn't sell as much as Watch Dogs 2. It's like I don't like if that's your metrics, something is kind of wrong. I mean, I wouldn't mind if this game sells as much as Watch Dogs 2. That would be great. But also if it doesn't, I have the satisfaction of knowing that I've done to the greatest extent possible what God put me here to do. To the greatest extent that I was able to understand and act on that. And you can't like and I'm an imperfect human, so I could have done all sorts of things better, but you can't ask for anything more than that. Like that's just you know, you can't ask for anything more than that. I mean, you can ask for that plus money, but relative to getting to do what God put you on earth to do, the value of money is approximately zero. So, you know, you know, um, what am I doing? I'm doing this a little bit wrong. I'm always a little confused. So we're trying to divert the river, which means we got to push the stone. We got to push the stone from the right, but there's only one lily pad. That's what's confusing me right now. So obviously what I was thinking is I push this one north and then I still get the stone. Oh, I push it again. Right, I push it against the character. That's why. Do I believe in God or is all this metaphorical? An awful lot of actually smart people are not atheists. Just so you know how it's very trendy among Western scientists who are very worried about their credibility to be atheist. Just picture the bell curve meme with the sweaty guy in the middle. That's all I have to say about that. All right, let's see. See what happens. I forgot to turn off the transaction login. Well, I mean, it's going pretty far already. Like, times were it wouldn't have got this far, right? It's almost like I can program sometimes, guys. Not always. Hey, here's where we ranted. Or wait, was it up here that we ranted? I don't know. Okay, so literally, we just got all the way through Skipping Pals and the test played back. That's insane. So maybe it was a one-off bug with the cutscenes. Here's what we'll do. Let's, because that's in debug build, let's try it in release build. More frames. More frames for your seconds. Ta-da. I mean, that kind of works. So let's just spend the rest of the time doing a bunch of tests for these levels. And if we see a fail, then we'll react accordingly. But the fail that we saw so far in skipping stones, it seems to me like was cutscene related, which is not that surprising, and we'll have to fix it. But I'm looking for more fundamental flaws with actual gameplay, regular gameplay, not. So I gotta pick the not most spoilery. Oh, Druidstone Alt, that's one that you played, right? You remember this one. We've tuned this one a bit. I don't remember. Oops, that was not right. So that one's going to be interesting because I missed that lily pad a bit. So I got to go here. I might have waited too long to get the stone. Whoops, let's see. Get it! Yeah, we got it. We barely saved it. Oh, except we got to do this fast. Okay, because I left myself no island space. Okay, that was fine. I just kept forgetting to go right again. All right, so we're going to go there. We're going to play back. All right, that succeeded. Great. We did a lot of undos and all that. Um, okay. Hey, remember this one? We redesigned this one too. Um, all right, so we got to do this. Wait, did I record? That worked. I mean, maybe we done fixing the bugs. Oh, this was this level that I don't remember. Here's what I'll say too about the religion or spirituality thing or whatever you want to call it. Um, I fully understand why people have uh, a materialistic atheist worldview. However, in part because they're immersed in a culture that believes that that's the thing that smart people believe, right? So it's easy to see arguments in that direction and not see arguments in the other direction. However, here's the thing, that whole thing, and I've probably ranted about this before on stream, but that whole picture that you're imagining, because the whether those arguments make sense or not are based on what is the nature of the world that you imagine, right? And when people talk about that, the world they're imagining is mostly an 1800 style mechanical universe, right? And that's not the way that the universe is. The universe is very different. So now if an actual physicist who's educated says they're an atheist, et cetera, um, the picture that they have in mind of what that means is pretty different, right? And it's very like crazy. Like the actual universe is insane, but most importantly, we know it's not made out of what you would consider to be physical material because um, quantum fields do not behave anything at all like what we think of as physical material, right? And so you have to be thinking instead of like, oh, the universe is a bunch of rocks, you have to at least be thinking the universe is a bunch of quantum fields that have all these crazy, like infinite behaviors. And then if you want to visualize that carefully and still come to an atheistic conclusion, like I think that's your choice and up to you to do, but that's not what most people are thinking when they say that they're atheists, right? So I'll just leave that at that. Things exist because everything used to be really close together. No further questions. That's a good summary. It's true. Things used to be really close together, man. Okay, some of these are end game levels that we actually probably shouldn't be testing yet because they don't totally work. Okay, this one I'm going to put at the top so I remember that I don't remember the solution. Also, I don't want to spoiler end game levels right now. Oh, this one doesn't even work. All right. Anything with the word end in it. Okay, this is a spoiler that I don't want to spoil for people. I know it's been played by the playtester in chat, but so I think this one we never did a test for. How does this one work? How is Babby formed in this case? Let's try. Wait, did I even record? Let's try maximum mirror. So we're gonna go there. Oh wait, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. No, no, we gotta do that. Maximum mirror. And then once I do that, okay, so I need two at a stride. That's fine. Oh, wait. I gotta be over here when I do it. Gotta be. Oh, shoot. We gotta send the lily pad through, too. We sure made this level constrained, didn't we? All right. We actually did some rule changes that might make this easier, but I don't want to test those rule changes out at this time. Oh, get there. All right. We got to fix them glitchy rivers, don't we? That worked. You're going to ask about the rule changes. Basically, we changed the rules such that so it used to be that you have to drop the stone into a live river to divert the river. And we changed it so that stones and terrain work differently. And if you drop a rock, you can drop a rock before the river hits it and it'll go around the rock. Right. And so I could have set up those stones and it would have been easier to set them up statically and then divert the river. By the way, this is the thing you were doing in the playtest. Like you were pushing from here and trying to run around and you just go here and like push from this side. Lol. Okay. Lol. Lol, 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 lol. Lol, 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 lol. Oh, I messed up. Okay, I gotta go a little sooner. Maybe that's too soon. Nope. Lol. Lol, 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 lol. La 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 la. Okay, what is this level? Oh, yes, I know this level. It is much like the prior level, but different. Much like the prior. I don't know where to hit this either. Hey, good guess. Did I record? We'll find out. We'll see if it says saved. Nope, I didn't record. Why is there a nugget there on the island? It should be square. Okay. Oh, too late. Boom. I'm pretty happy with the fact that these are all working. I mean, there's a bunch to do, but you know. Okay, what's this one? We'll do it live. We'll figure it out live. So it must be right. Indeed. Indeed. Indeed, Anna Jones in the Temple of Shboom. Okay. So that's an end game level. No, thank you. Frantic Factory V2. Oh God. This fucking level. All right. I don't remember. What do I do here? I got a split second. I got a split second. Eh, 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 eh. Oh, eh. I don't. Oh God, that's not good. Oh wait. Why level? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, I don't remember this part. Obviously, I could skip a stone north and we send the beam back. Um, right. If I can move that one to the north, I can skip it across the trench and fill that gap. I feel like we should make that more obvious in some way, that target square. And so the thing is, I need the thing moving left, which is what the bottom stone is for. Let's go ahead and do this at half speed. So here it'll help me a little bit if I do that, but that's not the goal. The goal is this. Okay, the problem is I actually don't know what to do here because I can push it left and then north, but I can't push it right. I don't remember how to solve this. This is obviously what the level is debating me into doing, right? It's a debate. So the question is, what can I actually do? Twenty, 24 hours to go. I want to be debated. Nothing to do. I want to go. Whoa, whoa. You got to push it right with the first beam and back left with the right, because yeah, and the reason is just because I can only push it north from the left or the right side of the trench. And if I do it from the left side, I could never push it right. So you do have to do these crazy right pushes. I feel like this level is too fast at default speed. That is my official opinion. Oh, we don't actually push it all the way there even. We push, 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 push. Yeah, it's a good level. It's just, it's too fast. And the beam, we need to put, you know, particle effects on you when the beam is affecting you, is the problem. One of the many problems. But, you know, as we finish up the game, these things will happen. Now, if this whole thing plays back, I'll be stoked. Maybe we should change that island shape so that there's just a one square connection there, you know? Dude, everything works. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, let's go back there. We're gonna put a note. Design bug. This final island. I don't think the fun part of this level is figuring out where the stone should go. This last island should be enclosed by walls and should have exactly a one square connection at the end of the trench, so it is completely obvious where to sink the stone. All right. Yeah, this is a good level. This was, I believe this was a Zach level. No, it's a Patrick level. All right. Good job, Patrick. All right. Frantic Factory V2. Oh, this level. This is, maybe you played this already. I don't remember. If not, you'll play it soon. All right. Are we going to do a level editor for user submitted levels? Not initially. You do think it's a little fun twist at the end where you can still screw yourself when you think you're finally done. You mean the first thing I did about being too far left? I think that would be true with either version of the level, right? Um, but like, dude, it's all we can do to just get this game done. Like, we're not, you know, as nice as it is to have user submitted stuff, it's just not at launch going to be the emphasis of the game. That said, you know, if the game does well, certainly we would like to do that, right? But like, bro, we can barely fucking get it done, right? Oops. Can't go back there. Um, why is there a rock on the goblin's head? Is the question. Just so it kills the warrior, I guess. Okay, what? Oh yeah. We're trying to get to the secret. Oh, no, we got to go this way and then this way. See, I could play video games. Nope. What just happened? Oh, I can kill that guy. That's actually fine. Yeah. Okay. Um, how do I get out? I guess I gotta kill that guy. I don't see how. Because we need him. You know what, guys? This level might have been broken by a gameplay change. So that's probably what it is. So here's the thing. I can't walk past this without getting killed. Um, that didn't used to work. So the same bug that Matthew noticed during playtesting, where you could have a lily pad on your head and like a rock would fall on it and it wouldn't kill you, right? I just fixed that a couple days ago. That also affects this. So this rock on my head would have insulated me from being killed before, but it shouldn't. So I think we need to tweak the level. I think this level is not solvable right now, actually. Um, from the depths is not solvable, question mark. All right. Well, I hope you don't get locked on. There's lots of places to go if you get stuck on that level. I don't know if this is an optional level or not, you know, all that stuff. Frontier, we're not going to spoil. What's this one? Oh, this one. This is a tweaky level. Okay, what do I do in the tweaky level? So we need to like divert the river. Right? And I don't remember because this won't let us do that. Oh, right. Wait, because that rotates. Okay, so we got it. Wait, what? Did was that a transaction bug? Hold on. What? It didn't rotate the way it should. What is happening? Now it's not rotating at all. Who designed the 8 mirror level? I believe that was Patrick. I don't think I would ever make an 8 mirror level. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe it was Mark. I'm actually not sure I remember which level. Whoops. All right. Well, we got to put that. Because that level doesn't work correctly. Programming bug. Sometimes you can skip the important mirror rotation depending on when the diversion happens. Okay, so it's already in the level. We need to fix it. I apologize to anyone who plays that level. Okay. Until I fix it, that is. Do I think I would like Mechabellum? I tried playing it. I mean, it's an auto battler, right? And it has all the problems that auto battlers have of like the units are just sort of doing what they're doing. I don't totally understand all the choices. At least in something like auto chess, there's few enough units that you can sort of be watching them all the time and tell. But in Mechabellum, it's like completely insane, right? So I don't remember this one. We do that, obviously. Okay, why didn't that divert correctly? That is not what should have happened there. What? Bruh. This seems like I just broke it. This is okay. So, what I was saying at the beginning of the stream about having tests that work, this thing here not working is exactly what would happen if some of the code that I recently wrote didn't work right. This lily pad not taking off. However, I didn't notice because so many tests are broken, right? Let's wait till the flow updaters finish. I feel like it has to do with the fact that flow updaters are updating the flow. All right, there's still that bug. Yeah, see that? All right, so this is important. In the way alt 3 has a very serious lily bug. That we gotta, that's top priority. We gotta get that to playtesters because, oh my goodness. That's bad. I don't want to do it on stream though. This is my level. Spoilers, if you haven't played it, you probably played this one. Oh yeah, I think we changed the ending to be more obvious. Okay, most stuff is dramatically improved, but we got to fix that thing. This level. I guess we made it a lot smaller. Wait, did I record? Recording. I hate all the cave shit on this level. I shouldn't have let the art team do that. All right. We might revise that. All right. Hey, we just did this one. This will make no sense to literally anybody. Oops. Whoops, I waited too long, didn't I? I waited too long. Oh my god. No. All right, let's not let's actually do timing that we can hit. So I eagerly, you know, started the stone skipping early, and I don't think you want to do that. Like, I want to give myself maximum time. I'm just going to hold the button, though. That's not as fast as I can move. There's something about the movement buffering on that that's hard to deal with. I don't know what it is. It's weird. I think it's the fact that once it starts falling, you have to wait a turn, kind of a thing. All right. Hey. All right. Does this work? Hey. All right. So these are mostly working, but there is that one bug. Okay. Um, right. I have to send this left and then send them right. What's the third stone for? I want to do this. This level's actually pretty hard. Maybe I can't hit both of these with one stone, but I can. Why are there 3 stones? In case you missed, that's not how the levels are supposed to work. So you played this level, right? Did you use 3 stones for it? Oh, you know what? So maybe the timing is not really supposed to be possible. Here's what I feel like it's supposed to be. It's not really supposed to be possible to hit the timing like I did. So you're supposed to do the following thing, right? You're supposed to do this. It's just the skipping stones are too fast now. They need to be slower for this puzzle to work. I think, they might have been sped up in order to, yeah, and then you only need to hit this one to get them synchronized, right? That's what it is. So we need to slow down the skipping stones. And then re-record the test, but oh, it failed. Wait, did I record? Okay, we need to slow these down anyway. And we need to just make sure let's make it real slow. And remind me to make a note about what I did on the level. We could use some water gridding on here as well. Oh, look at that. It's so chunky and nice. That might still be possible to hit. Let's try doing it the broken way. So since the stones are slower, I would have to err on the side of being early, which is hard to judge with these a lot anyway, but what if it hits that line and I go? Okay, yeah, I hit them both, but they're out of line. So I would have to be even earlier than that. Like there. That's too early. When I hit this row. Yeah, okay. I think that's as early as you could possibly get it, and the level is not possible because they're not lined up. Okay, we are going to put an art note. Art incomplete. Needs water gridding. Preferably just vertical gridding stripes. Maybe we can make a new flip, but that is just vertical. With a tiny bit of horizontal for flavor. Okay. Cool. Let me say, I'm going to make another one. Skipping stone speed. This is marked design constraint. I think someone after initial design turned up the skipping stone speed to make the lilies easier to hit. Maybe it was even me who did that. The problem is, if they go too fast, you can hit both lilies with one stone when the south lily is going west, and this means you don't need the third stone to solve the puzzle at all. When the stones are slower, you can't do that and have to use the third stone. All right. Cool. I feel like we could take the W on these changes. I don't quite want to debug that thing. And a lot of these levels I don't want to spoil on the stream. So let's take the W on there, and then we can try an indie game on Steam that came out that I forget what it even was, but I bought it. You did it the correct way, even though it had fast stones. Well, good for you. Good for solving the puzzle. Any questions about what we did there? We did a bunch of tests 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 tests. So we had 64 fails. So we should be down to 49 fails before I even go do all the spoilery stuff. Do we have any no check ins? No. All right. Um, uh, recording promised would be fun. Yeah, we probably should. So here's the thing. Maybe that'll be tomorrow night's stream. The thing is, promised used to fail relatively early, and it doesn't obviously have any skipping stones or anything. And so any changes that I did to skipping stones would not have fixed that. So the question is, does it still fail? And if so, it's actually a pretty good test case. Ruled it out because you couldn't get the timing. Well, I'm just so good at the game. I did it the first time. Has any promised recording ever worked? I'm not going to say definitely not, but I don't remember any ever working. Let's put it that way. All right, it's 9 p.m. That means we can play indie games. I like to play games named after 1980s pop stars. I don't have a controller. Sorry. Okay. Ah. Did I die? Does that mean it teleported me around the map? Dude, we got an energon cube. Okay. Yeah, why do we still have achievements in 2025? Dude, why am I every time I go get a new Gabe, can you make it so that every single goddamn computer I run Steam on, I don't have to reset the fucking settings? Like, why do I have to? I've done this 100 times. Why? Why do I have to do this to have a good game experience? Now there's no audio. There we go. I got an energon cube. We got to get to the hot chick. No, she took an elevator. I got the energon cube though. Hey, it's that one level from Manifold. No, from whatchamacallit. It's the level from Alex Bruce's game. Antechamber. Alright. In a white room, we go upstairs. I don't like this. I do not like it. We did anti-gravity. Hey, hot chick. Hot chick. Hot chick Houlihan. Hot chick Houlihan is watching me in a space void. Bro, I was trying to go somewhere, please. This game used to be called Land of Aliasing, but they were going to get sued by the makers of World of Aliasing. So they changed the name. We're waiting for the sequel, Maze of Aliasing. Upside down hot chick of aliasing. Right side up, hot chick of aliasing. We found exit 8. Or whatever that game is. We're in a James Bond movie. Do 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 do. I don't even know how many energon cubes we got so far. Like 5. One energon. 2 energons. 3 energons. This is the Star Wars bombing the Death Star arcade game. So we came down and then went that way. So this is a different up. Oh, that's where we came down. This is where we are going up. Is that the right thing? I don't know. Is there a hot chick Houlihan down here somewhere? The G girl? Is she the G girl? Is that who this is? The G woman? G woman? This is where we came in, right? Where's the G woman driving her G wagon? I mean, thanks for making a bunch of empty columns for me to run around and all. But I kind of don't know. You've given me a very large space to walk around. Hey, it's G woman. Hey, Chicky Mama. Check your corners! Check your corners! Oh, you can't when they're changing like that and it doesn't let you move. Hello. Bye. Hey, it's the end of Stalker. The movie, not the game. The end of Stalker, the game, is probably you get bit by a dog. That's pretending to have a life, but doesn't. Is she a zombie G-woman now? What's going on? That's like some kind of secret code right there. Aha! Wow, this sound effect is annoying though, I tell you what. Ah! G-Woman is like taunting me. You know, it's not the best idea to do the outside first and then try to do the inside. Little safety tip from Egon. Not the best idea. Whatever happened to Memories of a Broken Dimension? Did that game ever get finished? The dude used to be working on it on Twitter, sort of. Or on Twitch. Years ago. Uh-oh. Don't walk off the black line. I was going to say a joke about that, but it would make people mad. So I won't. Should I take the Energon cube or keep going? Now it's... No? Alright. Oh, it revealed the truth. I'm not sure what the point is of just showing me the pattern. I mean, it's a walking simulator, I guess. So... Alright. We gotta get to Chicky Mama here. Hey, baby. What's your number? I knew it. She's unattainable. Check your corners. Check your corners. This game was called Check Your Corners Simulator 2025, but then they were being sued by the makers of World of Check Your Corners, so they changed the name. World of Check Your Corners. Ah! That's World of Mysterious Target gets eaten by Mysterious Wall. Help, I'm in a dead end. You may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile. I mean, this game is pretty long for what it is. There's a lot of corners to check. You really get maximum corner checking value. Oh no, we're caught in a loop. It's exit 8. Maybe not. Maybe it's World of Check your which color of the hallway you're standing on. I feel like I'm playing the official House of Leaves video game. Except there's no blue words. So does the lady have any meaning? I mean, she's the G woman, dude. Come on. Check your corners. Energon cube. No, it's fake Energon cube. Sealed Energon cube. Is this the museum of things we encountered in the game? Sure seems that way. That's where the thing that I haven't found yet would go. No. I'm checking my corners. Oh. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. This is that one room in the witness. Ah! Wait. I like the idea of this one. It's a Mr. Beast game. We put 100,000 people in a warehouse. And the last one to get bitten by mosquitoes wins. This is like Path to Thalamus. It could be break time from this game. We got to get to the end though. But we got to do, let's do some cards and then we'll do a little Kaizen to end the night. Let's see if the camera will come back on. Probably will. Yeah. Gotta have the camera to do cards. All right. Did I finish the RC? RC car. I am on video game console is the next one. I felt that would be a fun one to do on stream. Look at this. All right, 7 on 6. Okay, hold on. We could just put 7 on 6, but if we put 12 on 13 to 11, that frees up some stuff. And we get 8, 7, 6. See that? That's a pro move right there. You don't take the first thing. So now we can get 2, 3, 2, 2. That's pretty good. Put 13, 12 on the 14, and then maybe 11. Oh, that'll give us... Wait, no, we don't have Bluetooth yet. Where's Bluetooth? Over there. 8. Red 8. Red 8, 9. 7. Oh, well, I think we do this. Guys, what do you think? What do you think? Okay. Now we put 5 on the 4 and get a bunch of cards. We do this. So red 5 goes, which is pretty easy. And then put this over here, get 18, 17. Could do the 6. We could do these. We could do... do this, do that, do that, do that, do that, do that. Such an easy game, guys. I don't understand. Such ease. Big wow. Gold 10. We don't want 15 to be the last card. We must defend ourselves against that. I just kind of YOLO'd there, but it'll work out. Like I said, easy game. All right. 18, 19, 20, 21. That all looks good. Let's just do this. Why wouldn't we just do that? 0 right there. That's pretty good looking. Green 6 wants to get out of here. There's green 5. 16. See, if we get 17, then 16 would pop off. We could put 6 on the 5 and put 4, 5, 6 Arcana all together. 17 is here. It's under these juicy 2s. Oh, we can go 3, 4, 5 here. Let's do the juicy 2s. Yeah. And then this. All right. Now we want 5, 4, 3, 2. 0 could pop off. 9 doesn't go anywhere yet. But we can do our 6, like we said. Connect these arcanoids. Always connect the arcanoids. That's the lesson. Where's red 3? Because we want this 4 to go. Where's 3? 3? So we either get red 7, which is not useful, or red 4, which is also not useful. Or, now hear me out. Sushi glory hole, it's a good idea. So if we put king, queen, jack in the hole down here, imagine that. Okay. 7 up. Five on the 4. And then if, see, we almost could put this 1 on the 2 if the 9 were gone. It's sushi being fed through a hole in the wall. Okay. So we could get 15, 14, 13 by filling our slots. That leaves green 8. Blue 9. Blue 9. Or I kind of want to get these off the 8 here and put the 9, 10 on there. Let me just do that. Maybe a little bit ill-advised, but whatever. Okay, so now we get the 0 pretty quickly. Okay. And oh, the 2 just goes over here anyway. That's great. So now if we clear the 1, which is still a big ask, as they say in the business world. It's a big ask. Okay, so we put 9 in the hole, 6 on the 8, 7, 6. 7, if we had somewhere to put it, we would pop 4 gold and have our slot back. Or 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 in the hole, 9 up, gold 6 over here, and then 6 Arcana on the 7. 9 on the 8. That sounds good, right? Sounds good, right? Now we can just get this. That's great. And then we might as well do this. We still haven't taken this red 4 or red 7. We really could use that 1 at this point because it would make this whole thing go, right? This king, queen, jack on the blue 2 is annoying, right? If we could take care of that. If we had green 10, then we could put king in the hole, 9 up, queen, jack on the 10, 9, 8. And the 2 on the 3, that's the thing that makes it work. So, we need green 10. Now, green 10 is under red 10, which is making it hard. It's making life hard for us. Okay, let's look at these. Green 7 goes. All right, that's under a king. That's a rough spot. Gold 5 goes. That's under the 7. Okay, we're in a twisty spot here. You know what? Actually, we're not. It's not so bad because we have the 10 here. So we go 8, 9, 15, 14, 13 pops. 9 up, 11 on the 10. So then we wouldn't have a slot, but we would have 2 1-baggers. I mean, I don't totally love it because getting to 12 would be hard from there. We really need the 1. That's the thing. We need 1. Actually, no, it's fine. So king, queen, jack, 7 in the hole, 5 up, all this. Why didn't I just do that? That's the easy way. Almost enough to play each Dota character 5 times. Good callback to the discussion of the other day. All right. Now I'm just looking and I'm just seeing a bunch of cards. Okay, we got to avoid 13 and 15. This is a little rough. What's 12? 12 is temperance, right? Let's just YOLO this a little bit. I want to get rid of 15 and 13. Although justice would have been a good card. Okay, so we might have lost, but probably not because we've eliminated so many cards that there's probably a thing we can do. Although that was very ill. Is 12 the tower? Wait, what is 12? That might have been a lose that I just did, though. Oh, no, it's not. Well, okay, we'll trade this on to there. It might have been a lose. Not a lose. Find out what 12 is. The hangman. Oh no. All right, that wasn't that good of a final card. Sag. Hey, we got 2 finally. All right, I think we could do some Zachtronics, some other Zachtronics after this. I'm glad he made that change for the cards, because otherwise the game would be completely unplayable. All right. Here we go.
Kaizen, a factory story.
All right, arcade game. Body. This is weird. So I guess I got to rotate it. Is it rotationally symmetric? Yes. Okay, so body, screen, joysticks, buttons. So we got to make little joystick button assemblies. We got to grind out the screen. So this is going to be a weird one. Now, again, I feel like there's no point in having a big rush of getting the screen done because the bottleneck is going to be all this other stuff, right? Let's see if that's true. So we're going to go, I am the arm. I am the arm. Boom. And then we're going to track for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And then we're going to do just a lot of flips. I don't even know how many. B is going to flip. And then, so normally from here, the next piece we could just flip from here, right? But, and it's a big but, we don't actually want to do that. See, we actually want to flip. We want to flip like 90 and then track it. And the problem is we want our flip point to be there, and we can't do that. What if we just just do this. Okay, and then this thing. A will come back. All right, and then we'll do this again. We'll put A in one line. We'll expand it out again. We'll track 6. And then we'll track -8 with a grab. Whoops. Oh! Maybe this is going to take a long time and I should try to do something. I was like, this isn't going to be the bottleneck, but maybe it is. Wait. Wait. Okay, so this whole thing that happened here, we could have just flipped in the very beginning the screen. We'll change that in a bit. Anyway, so from here, we would like, get the screen in there. The screen just spawns in here. Oh, we pushed it. We pushed it. Okay, whatever. The screen's not hard. But let's look at this again. So here from the start, I guess it doesn't matter. We'll see. We'll see. It doesn't matter. All right, so B is going to track more here because we got to fit the screen. All right. Okay. Screen's going to be there. And then, well, how much? This is a little far to push together, so. Screen could be 3 left of where it is, right? Yeah. So B can go 4. Boom. All right. And then A push 3 and C push 3. And there's a welder here, but, and it's a big but, the problem that we have is welding the bottom on now. Oh, also the screen here. Does this Does that get hit? Okay, that's very undesirable. Lol. Oh, you know what we can do? Fuck this. This will work. Boom, one piece. Like the anime. Okay. Is working in Java better than working in JavaScript in the context of being a good software developer? I've never programmed in Java. It seems like a very boring programming language, but it is a strongly typed programming language with actual data structures and stuff, so it's got to be much better than JavaScript. Okay, while all that is happening, I mean, what have I, what have I, what have I done to deserve this? Okay, so we need okay, so I guess the first thing we're going to do, we're just going to do this. We're just going to have an arm. I am the arm. This is just going to pull. All right. Okay. And then it's going to pull too. We might do something else later, but there we go. That's not good enough, if I'm being honest, and I am. So we're going to do the track 4 trick. Actually, we don't need to track any. Let's just do boop. All right, we're going to go D track -1. We're going to go D track -3. Okay, if we're going to do that, I mean, we'll push it out, and then we'll retract this with no grab. And then someone's going to be building stuff up here while all this happens. All right. That goes without saying. Okay. Okay, so we do that while all this is happening. We have 4 turns. To get there, I don't know. There's going to be like a welder somewhere up here. Hell if I know. Oh, that's going to make this hard. There's going to be a welder past the end, and we're going to shuttle it in there. So we want something here. Okay, the thing I'm realizing is instead I'm conceiving of this all occurring in linear time, linear space-time. And you see what this really could be is just 2 halves. So instead of inserting a bunch, I was going to space these out and then put these guys in there. And I'm like, why don't I just... Why don't I just do some cool shit like this, right? So we'll go F3. Okay, the problem with this, it's going to be slow. We're going to need one more turn, right? Let's not worry about it yet, but we're going to need one more turn here. Okay, this E shit doesn't matter right now. We're actually going to go to the right, I think. So we're going to track F to the right. Oops. We're going to track F to the right by like a lot. Because what we're going to do is we're going to move in parallel with whatever's happening here. Okay, the problem is with all these goofballs, we have to push this unreasonably far. Maybe we should just go left. So we go left, and we're going to go -4. And see, it's not very easy to use D to pull this if I'm going to build a long ass thing. Why is this F track -8? Why is F not? Oh, it's 8. I was looking at that seeing -8. Okay, here's what I want to do. This is goofball. Boom. Why? Because I'm going to go F track -1. And we're going to make that. And then we're going to do this. Bam. And then we are going to push it out this way. We're going to go F track. E doesn't even do anything right now. We're going to go F track 1. We might want a second arm doing double duty here, but we don't have one right now. F track 1. F track. And again, this is probably something. So D is like done here. So he could like push this. Does this matter? No. So after that, D could like just, I don't know, go as far as he can go, right? F tracked 1. F tracks. Like that. Okay, this kind of sucks. Because I want to keep pushing it to the right. Whatever, we'll do this. And then D will expand 3. Okay, now this will have been here. Okay. Oh God, guys. I have realized the error of my ways. Do you see the trick? I hope you guys see the trick of the level. Missing a yeller. Well, Never mind the missing a yeller. That is true, but that's not... We could fix that and we still have a serious problem. Do you see the serious problem? Yes. There is no way. I was assuming just like a regular... See, Zach is a good level designer. People don't get this. He's a really good level designer. Look, he debated me. I was like, look, I'm just going to make this and then I'll just attach it. There's no way to attach these. It's not possible in this video game to attach these two parts. He debated the shit out of me. Okay, so we gotta figure this out. All right, so this part is no longer a thing. So maybe what happens is we flip all these down twice. Like you kind of want to flip this upside down and then rivet it in place with everything upside down. So like here, we could do this. Okay, we can't do that. We could do that. Put them together and it'll at least make it easier to manipulate this. All right. So then let's bring back the problem is flipping it is going to be hard unless we burn another cycle, because anything's going to collide, right? So when C expands and A and D expand, we're going to expand G here, because we can't pull it back because we'll hit this. So this is sad. E is, let's not forget E. All right, so G goes out, and then G is going to flip. Okay. And now this could be a rivet spot. Yeah. I don't know where we go after this. Maybe left, right? So if we fix our yellow problem, what happens if we rotate F here? I think that's about right. Unfortunately, we're out of juice in terms of pushing. So we'll get our friend E. We don't care about anything right now. We're just trying to get it done. Just trying to get it done. We don't care how good of a solution this is. Boom. Okay, now the problem is, I mean, there's so many problems right now. We need to flip it onto the monitor. I guess I want to go to the right from here. And that means G has to go. I don't care by how much. Okay. And then H is going to rotate. Okay. And then why does that not work? Are we upside down? Oh, wait, we didn't. Why didn't that rivet? Oh, we got to wait. Okay, so now we got our yellow button problem. Right? See that? That's all, though. We basically solved it. I don't see what the game's problem is. All right, let's go back to yellow button. So the problem is we're using D to extrude this. So after F pushes, we could go D minus 1. And then D5. Again, we don't care how good of a solution it is yet. I mean, actually, instead of doing this, so we need to be one left of where we are. That's easy. I mean, we did better than Damien. His was pretty cheap, though. So, do we keep trying to do this one? Or do we just... There is something to be said for just playing to the end of the game and then coming back and doing these, right? Did we do better than Tyler on all axes? On price, for sure. On air. Yeah, dude, our first attempt was better than Tyler's first attempt. We haven't even tried. We could probably shrink this area some, right? Like we don't even use this whole track, right? How far does D go? We could shrink this by 2. Probably, yeah. Our area went down. So this final flip probably doesn't need to be as far. I mean, we could shave a cycle out of here. Like even this, like, why are we not just 1 higher? Because this thing flips in, right? So why can't we be friends? Right? So now yield yeah, see? And then we don't need this E shit. All right. Now we're way better than Tyler. Yeah, the whole so what's taking, I think this is taking all the time, right? Actually, they're both kind of taking all the time, huh? Yeah, they're both taking all the time. You can imagine doing this. If you do this with a flip instead of translating like we did, then you could flip to right side up here, right? Instead of, so at this point, we flip to upside down, and for that reason, this has to be flipped. If we flipped to do this stuff, then at this point, this would be right side up because we flipped it again. And then this could stay right side up. And then maybe we could eke out a cycle there in some way. Let's see. Let's see if we want to do that. We might be tired, but we might be tired. Let's see. So, the reason I didn't want to flip originally is you kind of can't flip horizontally onto these, right? You could flip vertically onto them. But if you flip horizontally, you would have to push anyway, and that takes time. Also, this big drag that we're doing, like, look, if we want cycles, dude, I mean, let's face it. If you want cycles, get cycles. You know what I'm saying? So let's make the start. Instead of A to B to whatever. Okay, this doesn't work, like I said, flipping horizontally. So we're going to flip vertically, but we're going to move everything up because otherwise we're just going to move it way up so that we don't worry about conflicting with anything. So move number 1 is going to be A flip. And then probably B flip, right? So we're going to go A flip. Look at all this A nerd shit that we're doing. We're going to go B flip. Okay. Well, that still doesn't exactly do what I said about etc. So we're gonna track B a little bit. We're just gonna get this done as fast as we can for now, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. We're gonna track B by some amount. Oh, we already had one. No, 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 no. And while that happens, we do another flip on A. Instead of B flip. This flip is annoying because we have to flip again to undo it. But I kind of don't know. Like, that is the best way to get it out of there. See, I kind of just want to flip it again to the south, honestly. So what if we do A flip, B flip? See, this takes an extra, because this wants to flip onto this row, which is tragic. We could do C flip, but we don't want to do that. We want to get this out of there as quickly as possible and then flip it. So we want to C track 9 maybe? I don't know if that's fast enough. We kind of want that in a different place, but we'll see. The speed will be the same. So while we do C track 9, we do this. Okay, that's great. And then this again. A flip, B flip. And then we will do a C flip. But we want the C flip like from there. Yeah, baby. The problem is, oh wait, that's not the right. Okay. So the thing is, because we dragged this across the space, we can't put anything in there. Like we would like to put a weld in here or something, because maybe this will be ready eventually. Well, I don't know if it's going to be ready that fast, but I mean, since these are symmetric, like this is kind of ready, right? So we could somehow meet these up and have them weld right now, you know? Because we could put a welder here so far, because, yeah. So if somehow we could do this in 2 cycles, which we can't get this part. But you know what? Maybe we do that at the end. Maybe we just manufacture 2 of these. We stamp them on these as we come out. This would have to be here. I don't know, man. I'm just thinking. I'm just wondering how I would do this. Okay, there's no way. There's no way it's going to be 2 cycles because, well, okay, here's the thing I didn't consider, guys. What actually has to be welded? Because we could do this. I mean, again, not yet, because we're doing bad stuff here, but this, and that means this second yellow could be here, right? Like, let's just entertain this notion. There's a yellow. There's a red. There's a knobbly bopper. We're not going to finish this. This is becoming advanced, but like, see that? That's pretty good, except the other yellow button. Which is why we do D track 1. All right. What is, it doesn't, oh, because we're not on the track. Dur, dur, dur. See that? And then we got to flip out of this, obviously. There is no other possibility. I mean, if I'm being honest, this seems pretty good. We're still going to need to get the little middle tidbits somehow, but Now the problem is, from here we can't flip onto the TV. Oh, you know what? If I flip here, we're close to these things that we want to rivet. Okay, I don't... Oh, it's C. C is not on a thing. Whoops. How did I... Oh, F is doing all this nonsense. All right. Look at... Look at how little we're doing for how much we're accomplishing now. All right. So B... So let's just do a D rotate here. And then we'll hold off on this for a turn. And we're going to go D track 3, whatever. We don't know what to do with this. These are kind of just junk cycles. Okay. Because that's the thing is really we want these to be on top of each other right here. Maybe. But we can't. All right. So while all this is happening, we're going to have E. E's been chilling. E is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. E track right 5. I mean, I didn't think about that, but look. Look at that. Isn't that kind of something? That we should have done the first time. Okay. You know, can we put a... Whoops. See, I want these to weld, but like, there's not really a way to do it. Annoyingly, these things are an even number of squares, but that's fine. I don't know. So we gotta figure out how to get them out of here now. And if they were welded, you would just flip from this side, boom. Right? You would just land on the TV out here somewhere. If they were facing the right way and if they were welded. So the problem we're really having is this is mostly a good plan, but we don't want these to come down the same path, right? Here, I mean, we probably want to flip this horizontally and then retract this arm. I am the arm. Retract this arm, right? This is not doing anything. So we're gonna flip F. Sorry. We're gonna flip F. Not B. But see, we want to flip it down. But the problem is this other one's going to be right side up. We could flip it twice. It's fine. The problem is it'll auto rivet, rivet, rivet. See, we don't want that. Also, we're going to crash into this, right? So after the F flip, we're going to do a G retract one. To pull it out of the way. And then we're going to flip it down. We still welded, I guess. Oh no, this is D doing old stuff that doesn't make sense anymore. Okay, here's the thing. If we're going to pull anyway, we could give ourselves some room here. Okay? In the following fashion. Because the problem is we need to pull to clear the next thing. So what if we delete literally all of these? Well, let's just do this row first. Because we might as well. We could maybe do 2. But let's try at least 1. So we're going to go F track 1. All right. And then flip. C. And then we can flip using I, which is, where are all these other ones? Using C. We're going to put a C flip here just to match that. Now, okay. So we're going to do a C retract 1. And we're going to go A expand 1 onto that. Boom. All right. Now, actually B expand 1. Because we want B to be holding on to it so we can flip. All right, so B flip. Bammo. And then all this would be 1 to the right. Boom. Okay. So that's 6 cycles, which is pretty good for that, I guess, relative to where we were. Now, the only problem here is we don't really want this upside down the way it is, because it's going to take 2 cycles to get the TV in. Maybe we do the... Oh, no, we need to do this before the TV we established. Yeah. So we got to figure out how to do all this in a small number of like 6 cycles. But like all of this could be just fucking go into town. You see what I'm saying? There needs to be very little welding done. There needs to be a red with an end bopper and a yellow with an end bopper. And then from there, we'll spend 2 cycles doing this, but from there, we flip onto the TV. All right. And this will all just be... Boom. We'll just flip and flip because who cares right now about space? We'll just... Yeah. We can track C out of the way at any time, right? And then okay. Oh no, we're upside down. Bruh. Okay. instead of we might be able to do something better here. Instead of C track 9, we're going to go G track -1 with no grab. Wait, what? What? Now we're going to go, oh, G flip. G track -1 with no grab. Oh, it's going to be upside down again, dude. All right. We have no choice. H flip. TV's out here. Hell yeah, brother. All right. So that's way cleaner and faster than what we were doing, probably. And we just need to figure out how to make the little board here. Although, to be honest, it probably would be better if this were upside down and then we just flip it onto the TV right there. But, it is what it is. Currently, I think Fabian was 8 cycles, right? He's 9. So if we can figure out how to make this thing, then we win. The only problem here is okay. Yeah. Okay, so what do we need? We need this. That's all great. But okay. I need that. Okay, we're going to do the Pokemon strat. All right. I is going to do Pokemon, because we need 4 of these. So we're just busting them out, right? Okay. I don't want anything for D or E. All right. This is what we're actually using to do our current solution. All right. So this is how it begins. We go Pokemon. And in this is going to be interesting as well, but like the red, yellow, we actually could start those bound from some, like the bottom. And then drag one. Right? Do some white zombie Dragula situation. Like that. So we do that. We track G 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the beginning. Okay, the only problem being, no, we got to do, before that, we got to do J pull. Right? And then J expand. And then J pull. So we're kind of full here with all the Pokemoning and the J pulling. But you see what we're getting at. And we maybe don't need all the Pokemoning. Let's, all right. See this? The problem is, this is the thing that needs to get welded, but we can, I think we could maybe take care of that. Okay, we're going to do J pull. J retract, no grab. And then we're going to delay the G a little bit. Because we want to have D expand 3. I mean, we're still Pokemoning here, so that's not great. D expand 2. All right. No, D expand 3. We don't want J to poke yet. What is it's complaining about? I see. So the problem is we don't have enough instructions. Like J's on pause here. Why is G I guess we moved that. So we know it's very easy to flip this a couple times. So this probably should be down though. Maybe, I don't know. It's actually going to be maybe harder to, we got to get G out of the way to flip. That's fine. So we could have a riveter here. We accidentally have riveted here. So when does that happen? Okay. And then instead of this working like that, J out, J in, we could just do G Pokemon, right? G Pokemon. And while we do G Pokemon, do that. Okay, the problem is we can't keep expanding to the left there. But this is a lot fewer instructions again. So maybe it's good. I mean, it's going to be hard to do this in 6 cycles. So we could have D track one of these way over here. At the same time as we do E track one. Again, I don't love the instructions, but whatever. So the problem is this is not far enough. So we're not using this eye Pokemon at all. And then E track 4. So J is like not used at all. So the problem is we're going to weld right here when this flips down, and we need to do a little more. We need to go G track 1. We never got our other yellow button. Still. So we're missing that. Sag. We can get that by jogging BG here, right? So it's really silly, but oh, whoops, nope. No, we can't. Because we weld. Oops. I was just thinking, oh, we'll just push it. We'll just push it forward and back. So this D here, D doesn't have to go that far, I guess. And then G can go 5. And then D will insert this. All right. And then G can jog. No, because that doesn't give us the button. I was like, we'll just put the spacer in, man. Nope. Nope. All right. All right. So I mean, maybe instead of G, we pull from the other way. I don't know. Where is the thing going to land? Oh, it won't show me. I'm just trying to think about, can I move this track further? I mean, if we want another middle spacer, why don't we just do it here? Can we retract faster? Guys, I just realized I got to get up at 6 in the morning. This might be where we leave this one for now. All right, thanks everybody. We're gonna make the best arcade game ever. Look at all this arcade game. All right, bedtime. Thank you for hanging out. We did a little programming stream, and we'll do some more of those. See you all later.